my freaky darlings. Better mute my phone. Hello, Efad. Hello, Jasmine. Hello, Lysian. Hello, Flex. Hello, Cinnamon. Yes, the plan was Roots. I'm be real with you. What happened was I forgot to make the thumbnail, and the time I normally spend checking that stuff, I was getting in costume, and then when I sat down, I was like, oh shoot, the only thumbnail I have prepared is hotel. Guess we're doing hotel. Because I wanted to dress up. Thank you, Elysian. I am not good at makeup. I have plans to go to my sister's to hang out and have her teach me some more tricks so that when I try and do it for costumes, it's a little less sloppy. But the crow I can do. Well, I can do now that my sister bought me some nicer black that doesn't look like sad gray. It's amazing what nicer makeup what nicer color will change. All right, let's. Did Rustic Werewolf? I mean, this is not exactly a complex costume. Well, the makeup is easy. I've got my ring, I've got my bullets in my hair. All that's easy. This fucking shirt is so complicated to get on. I'm like fighting with trying to get my head and arms in the right holes for longer than I should admit. I was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Alright. Let's get Bean. Oops. I bumped your camera, Bean. Sorry, baby. Okay. Ooh, please do. I should probably actually take a selfie for the Discord as well. Let's do that right now. I can also post my picture from uh Sunday when I went to a Halloween thing. Okay. Alright, let's pet that baby. Percival! Yeah, you! Meow, he says. Oh, thank you for the kiss. Good baby. Good baby. I know. Oh, thank you for the kiss. You gotta let go of my hand. Okay. There we go. Take Nabbit. So one thing about the Rusty Lake games is I don't like that when you click them off screen, their sound goes away. It makes it really hard to adjust my volume. Alright, reset. Yeah, let's destroy our stars. I have a new Rusty Lake binder that was made for me because I was struggling with my, I used my notebook a lot, obviously, and I will grab that for tonight. But the problem with the notebook is I can't go back and, like, add things easily, so I got a little binder so I can organize my notes a bit better. So now I have both. But I have to order some dividers for it. Yes, my sister made Jasmine made my notebook. She made me my binder. She's made me 2 Rusty Lake t-shirts. Hello, magical girl! Alright, let's begin. $18.93.
Good afternoon. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mr. Owl. I am the owner of the Rusty Lake Hotel. Oh, look, the guests are arriving. They all have their own reasons to be here. And I have my own reasons to let them stay. We will be having 5 dinners. Make sure everyone is worth dying for. I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful week. Let's make some memories.
Mr. Owl, you are very close to the mic, my dude. Yeah, and we tend to be small and sweet around here. Which is fine by me. When am I gonna start? Is it delayed on your end? Alright. There's all of our friends. Hello, Mr. Crow. Oh my gosh, I fucking forgot how loud Crow is in this game. I will. Thank you. Shrimp cocktail. One thing I was gonna do and didn't is I was gonna go grab the stuff to make a Bloody Mary, or a Canadian Bloody Mary, a Caesar to drink, because I don't keep alcohol in the house because I very rarely drink, but when I do, it's a Caesar. I fucking love Caesars. Okay, let's say hello to everybody here. Hello, Mr. Boar. I know, you're... I know, it's... Here's a drink for you. Blurb. I love his little fucking... What's in a Caesar? So a Caesar is the same as an American Bloody Mary, except that, so it's vodka, usually vodka, traditionally I should say vodka, and then the difference between the Caesar and the Bloody Mary is the Bloody Mary is tomato juice, and the Caesar is Clamato juice, which is a Canadian thing. They'll usually be like a salt rim sometimes, Tabasco sauce or some kind of hot sauce is very common. I'm a big fan of dirty Caesars, so I've had gaming nights where we've made Caesars with like a little bit of pickle juice and stuff in it. But I like spicy Caesars, so the ones with Tabasco in it. Or hot sauce of some kind. And then yeah, the only difference between that and the Bloody Mary is the Bloody Mary is just tomato juice instead of Clamato juice. Which, if you don't know what Clamato is, because apparently it's not everywhere, I didn't know it was a Canadian thing for a long time. It's tomato juice and clam juice, which doesn't sound good, and is a lot to drink by itself. And I can appreciate how gross it probably sounds, but I really like it. I can't drink like a big ass glass of it because it's a lot, but it's really good in stuff. Yeah, it's great to cook with. Is that what a pheasant sounds like? We have pheasants around here. Here, would you like to trade one alcohol for another alcohol? Around here, they mostly, run away. I don't... Skittish little buggers. There's literally... As far as drinks go, this has a lot of meat in it. Drinks don't tend to have a lot of meat. Hello, Mr. Rabbit. My arch nemesis, in the sense that your story is confusing. You're glad to be south of me? To be fair, I think it's a bit controversial even up here. It's not a thing that everybody loves. Ah, I didn't click on them. Well, hold on. I'm gonna really quickly, given that the whole point is to get footage of everything as much as possible.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Let me introduce myself.
Okay, I can't skip it. Can I skip it? Oh, I thought I found it.
Good afternoon.
But I unskipped it.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Mr. Owl. I am the owner of the Rusty Lake Hotel.
The one thing I didn't think of, Ed, is that I lent out my good black lipstick. So I had to layer, like, my black stain, which unfortunately is a bit sparkly, and then my matte on top, which is not good. It's very thin. But it's okay for, like, a top layer. Here you go. I know it smells fishy. Okay. There we go. I've owned a lot of rabbits. Never heard a rabbit that made that noise before. Pigeon is right. I mean... Did they all say something different? I'll have to do a rerun of the beginning at the very end to see if they all say something else. Hello?
Have a look at my portrait.
Cinemu... Not really. They all say it's time for me to go to my room? Yeah, I wasn't sure if they all said anything, like the line right before that, where she says, I'm looking forward to tonight's dinner. I wasn't sure if they all said that line, or if they all say a different line for that. But it would be good to check at the end. Cinemu, rabbits do make noise a little. They mostly kind of make, like a grindy, they like grind their teeth and make like almost little purrs if they're really happy. The loudest noise a rabbit will make, you want to hope you'll never hear. Rabbits can scream. And it's unpleasant. Yeah, but thumping their foot is not exactly, it's not a noise they're making so much. How about this garlic? Can I have this? You would think... I'm just gonna choose to believe that all of the food has garlic in it, and that's why the garlic is there. Because garlic is the best and it should be. Ah! Okay, Mr. Crow, thank you. Up here. Alright, so these are all the recipes we can make. If you don't know, you get one ingredient and the meat in each of the levels in each of the rooms. But in order to get the best ending, or like the 3 stars, you have to find the secret optional. I guess you could do it without the second optional too. You just need the meat. I've never done a 1 star. Basically, one of the optionals is available in their room, and one of the optionals is available here in the lobby, and that will tell you what the correct order to do it. Hello, now here. It's super secret. Hello, DK. No dinner at nighttime. I would argue... What is it? Oh, it's just a split in the tablecloth. I guess it's more evening than nighttime, traditionally speaking. Mr. Owl gave us our first hint of where to find this first secret. Look at his portrait. Mushrooms. So now we know we want to go visit Mr. Deer, because if we try and cook something else, we won't have the extra ingredient that we need. Hello, Mr. Bat. You and Mr. Toad are confusing from a lore perspective. Who are you? Why are you in Azura? Are you just a bat? With legs? Is it different than Azura? There's so many questions about you, sir. At least you're pretty cute. Daw. I love bats. Little bat. Here you go, Percival. Garner a bat. Yeah. They just kind of exist. Alright, up we go. Actually, should check my list. We can just check the doors one at a time to find Mr. Deer, but, you know. I've done that work before, so there's no point in me. Samsara room. Paradox. White door. See, this is why I needed the binder. So that I can actually organize my notes. Here we go. Alright. Mr. Deer is in room 1, so I did go to the right place. Room 3? No. Room 1. Yes. Oh no! I just remembered. This is gonna be the one puzzle where I'm probably gonna have to get you guys to help me. Because otherwise we will be here forever. I cannot with the fucking water jug puzzle. I've done it so many times, you'd think I'm so bad at math. Mr. Bat's adopted. Probably. Alright. Mr. Deer. Presumably the reincarnated of the patriarch of the Vanderboom family. Nicholas. The question that I guess might be in some debate is whether he knows he's Nicholas. I'm of the opinion these guys don't know who they are. That the main difference between the Azuras, like Mr. Deer and Miss Pigeon and all that, the main difference between them and Mr. Owl is that, and like Mr. Owl and Mr. Crow, is that Mr. Owl, Mr. Crow, Harvey, they kept their memories. That's what makes them enlightened. That's just a gut reaction based on things, though. I have no evidence of it other than the fact that, like, you'd think that if he knew Mr. Owl was a son, he would kind of address him as that, maybe? Or, like, I would think it would come up more if they knew. But that's just more of a gut feeling. There's no evidence of that. He is apparently researching the hotel. It's a bit hard to read, but his research plan here says, what is in the lake? Is there a way down? Something water samples. Is that just a bunch of, like, squiggles? It's not the most, high definition image in the world, but... should also write down that he has the... hotel stamp. Alright. Hello, sir. Will do. Yeah, this is why I was gonna get myself the stuff for Caesar, and I just didn't. Alright. For a Bloody Mary, we need blood, vodka, Tabasco, and something special. Obviously, in a real Bloody Mary, it's tomato juice and not blood. Or is it? Ah, the deer skull. The question that brings up, you know, is there any relation to, Albert. I almost said Alistair. Because I've been watching some Harassment Hotel. Or even, why would a deer have a deer skull in his hotel room? It is pretty morbid. Also, same suit shirt, as James. Probably just, or a very similar one at least. I'd have to look at it side by side. Or probably just an asset reuse. Because there's not... It's worth noting mentally, but I have a hard time accepting a good, like a real connection between him and James. Yep, it's a good point. DK, the achievement in here with the butterfly is called Albert's Way. So it does kind of bring up... Hold on, oops. That's not where the achievements live. Actually... Oh. Never mind. This is not the, This one doesn't show you the achievements in it. You'll have to take my word for it. Well, you'll have to take, DK's word for it. But I already have it, and it's not an in-game achievement, so I can't re-get it. Yeah, exactly. It's almost certainly an asset reuse, but I would be remiss. I want to kind of take in as much as possible. Even if I'm pretty sure it's nothing, if I take note of it, if it does end up being something later, I won't be as taken off guard. And that's kind of the attitude I try and take when I'm exploring these things for, hello. For, like, mysteries and stuff, and ideas. Alright. Here we go. I'm gonna try for a little while, so that we can say that I tried. Last time I did this... Yeah, I know the achievement is in this room. I just don't think that if we do it again, it'll pop up or anything. Because it's not an in-game achievement, unlike all of the achievements in, say, Paradise, where we can do it again every time, it's just a Steam achievement. Like, nothing will pop up to say we got it. I do have it. Albert's Way. But I don't think it... Like, I don't think we can do it again. Remind me how to get it and we'll double check to see if it pops up. Hello, now here. We're here still. Okay. Because I've been talking. is what it comes down to. Alright, we're trying to get 8. 1, 6. Okay, there's 5. Ten, 5, 6. So we need to get 2 isolated ones somehow. Or an isolated... 6. That gives me... God, I'm so stupid. Okay, if I isolate the 1... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, I thought I did it for a second. Damn it! Alright, let's just fucking... Alright. I'm not even sure if I'm gonna be able to follow those instructions. Okay. $605. So... like that? 605? 155. 146. 740. 704. 254. 236. 830. Thank you, DK. Look, I've already solved this on minimum twice. I know it ain't that hard. I'm stupid at math. I never claimed that that was a difficult puzzle that the game has failed me for for making. I failed the game. I'm well aware. Alright. Swirl is 5. Yeah, just double checking that that's a 1. Look. Triangle plus 1 is 4, so triangle 3. Not enough black cubes. Goodbye. Oh, nice. 3, 5, 3, 1. Ooh, a knife. I'm sure that'll be innocuous. Alright. Efad, can you remind me how we get Albert's Way so that I can... check whether we can show it more than once? I feel like we can't. I think we tried last time to show the achievements that I already had. It didn't work. Oops. That's what that is. Okay, so it's, yeah. That's what I thought it was, just the knife. I can't remember how we catch him. That must be a really long rope now that I think about it. Because... like, we're not on the first floor. Don't have the seed yet. Thank you. Because that's how you make Tabasco, right? I'll take that. That's how we get the optional. Everyone knows Tabasco comes from dead deer heads. Okay. Okay, so I can't add it yet. That's how liquid works. Blood first, then vodka. Then Tabasco. Whoop. Thank you. Then something special. I can't remember. I'll just wait for it to chill again. Oh, don't sit on your feet. It's bad for you. Been a while since I've done this puzzle, apparently. Alright, let me check. Make sure I didn't miss anything obvious. I think I need to let him land, let him fly away without touching him, and then he comes back. If you don't try and touch him the first time. Apparently not. I think I need gum or something. Oh, why did it work that time? Wildly unclear what was different. I was pretty sure you just have to try and catch him. Alright. Why? Death Head Moth. I love moths. Moths are my number one favorite. Nope. Do you think the hotel ages are still canon? Oops, I forgot to make my poison. One of two things is true. Either the hotel ages are canon, and the time you see them in Roots isn't canon, it's just like a little Easter egg, like how you kind of see the hand of Mr. Rabbit in Paradise, or the hotel ages aren't canon. Thanks for the sub, Sunshine. Yeah, that's possible. But then I would say the hotel ages are not canon. Because the problem with it just being different guests in hotel is it also makes Another cube and a round hole would be a vision of the hotel's future. Yeah, that's the other possibility, is that you're getting like a glimpse of the future. I think the hotel ages are not exactly canon, but they're still meant to tell you something. I think that they kind of like messed up and didn't like do their math right, basically. Like they didn't plot it out the way they exactly wanted to. But I still think they intentionally chose the ages to be that way. To be like, yeah, that's another good point. DK. It could be that Ms. Pheasant is 11 in roots. If Azura don't age, right? So the question is, what do those ages mean in that sense? Is it like, this is how many years they've been Azura? So they're like 1 year old. Exactly. Like, is Mr. Crow 11 years old in 1870? Because he's been a crow for 11 years? Or is that like their human age of when they transformed? Do they grow up? Like, if it's not a special transformation, like Mr. Crow and Mr. Owl, which does seem to be something different than the other Azura, maybe they do grow up. But it's weird to think about. Like, is there just like a little baby Mr. Deer out there somewhere at some point in time? Here you go, sir. Don't know how you're gonna hold this with your hooves. Delicious. Ah, it's too spicy. Well, nothing to do it but to do it. Good morning. Well, I just wanted to talk to Mr. Bat. He's my friend. You say the same things? Yeah. Okay. Quietest pigeon known to man. Ah! I'll take that before I forget what fucking stamp it is. Here we go. Alright. Hello, sir. That sounds really good. Mushrooms, harvest, venison, and rosemary? Yes, please. rooms just means they've been to had their rooms. They seem to be customized. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're supposed to learn that, this isn't their first... Yes, sir? Okay. Alright, okay. Thank you. Yeah, it certainly doesn't seem to be their first rodeo. It definitely seems to imply they're regulars by this point. Which also brings up a lot of questions, like, why did Mr. Owl let them be regulars for so long before killing them? Presumably he had to get his, like, containment and experiments and stuff ready. Maybe he had to learn more about, the souls. Alright. Will do. Yeah. Well, regardless of whether it is or isn't retcons, we have to contend with it now. So basically, what does the story become? Which isn't always the same thing as what was the original plan. Sometimes it is, sometimes those are the same question, sometimes those are not the same question. But regardless, we do have to contend with what has the story become. He's so cute with his little hat. Well, uh-oh. Okay, I will be just a minute. That's Percival's lunch alarm, because he's had to change his diet type, so now he has soft food 3 times a day instead of hard food, because it was hard on his tummy. So I will be just a minute, because I gotta give him his lunch. I definitely... While I never agreed with your specific interpretation of your whisker theory, I still think that your point has a lot of merit worth considering, that I don't think the game deconfirmed at all. The question isn't whether they are still distinct from each other, which I think the game did emphasize. They are part of each other, but there is sort of an emphasis of, like, them being different sides to him. So the question still becomes why. Right. I definitely, like, that particular part is wrong, but the question is still, what is different about him? Why is he different? Why is he so different? And, like, pointing out, like, he's in this game twice at the same time. And, like, so there's still... Alright, we're going to Rabbit next. Speaking of, the man himself. Room 4. 3 on each room. So we're going to... Bye, sir. Bye, little cutie. Mr. Owl could have been waiting until Pigeon finished her research. Yeah, for sure. They were all doing some kind of research that may have been helpful to him. Room 4. Research is a stretch. They were all doing something. Birthday Rabbit isn't corrupted, but that would require some kind of time travel, since at that point, Mr. Rabbit should be corrupted in a lake. I hate it. Yes. And I'm going to talk about that. I think... Mr. Rabbit is the strongest evidence, but not the only evidence, that the corrupted things floating in the lake are not fully their Preta. They're just kind of echoes. Because the thing is... No, I'm not talking about time travel right now. I'm talking about the fact that regardless of... And I want to double check. Basically, I'm currently trying to find, like... Mr. Rabbit, Birthday Rabbit, moves on. He becomes free of the cycle. His spirit shouldn't be in the lake anymore regardless. But I believe we still see him with the rest of the Preta. So, along with a couple other of my minor theories, I'm starting to wonder if those specific ones floating around the outside it's just a memory cube. Yeah. That's true, except that blooming trees are so important. Puts Preta in 2 languages. Mostly, yeah. Rabbit looks corrupted from afar. He's definitely still corrupted, but he's not nearly the same kind of creature as the souls in the containment. He's not nearly the same kind of creature. He's wearing a fucking suit. Like, he's almost like something halfway between an Azura and a Preta. Like, he's absolutely corrupted, but he has so much more solidity and control. It's like he has taken control of his corrupted form the way the others have never managed. Which is super fascinating. Yeah, something. A decorruption or a regain of control or a just an maybe just a level of power. Because the fact of the matter is, there's always been something weird about him. About, I almost said Jacob. Hold on, I'm having a mind fart. David, there we go. I got it. I remembered it before I found it. We don't know if we're supposed to know the answer already, or if it's like a future plot where Dale shoves semi-healed David into a time machine and sends him to the past. We can't speculate because it hasn't happened yet. Right. David is a curveball, like, no matter what. He's the only one who specifically has a direct callback to his past life, where it certainly seems like he knows who he is. Other than, of course, the actually transformed ones through the elixir, so Owl and, Crow. Wow. Thank you. I'll never get over his fucking... just his transform into... a big fly thing in paradise and then back. I don't think those are plot. I think those were him being David has always been intended. Like, you see the little hint of Hotel Rabbit in paradise in the first time you see them, and you see every indication of Boar being there as well. Like, those echoes have been there for a long time. I don't think that's... Oops. I thought that was a gloss. The Amazing Mr. Rabbit Show. Yes, and I agree that David is the only one who keeps that direct connection. I don't believe that Mr. Deer remembers being Nicholas specifically. I don't remember that, or excuse me, I don't believe that Pheasant specifically remembers being Elizabeth. I think that there's, like, echoes of it, the same way Laura doesn't remember being William, but there are like echoes of that memory hidden in her. But they're not the same character. They're connected characters. David is the exception, where they're the same character in a lot of ways, much closer to what Crow and Owl are. Crow and Aldous are the same character. Owl and Jacob are the same character. I'm of the opinion that the guests are natural reincarnations. And I think that that's what the ages, even though they ended up fucking up on the ages and that they couldn't, and they didn't make them quite right, but I still think that's what they were originally trying to tell us with the ages, is that they were just naturally reincarnated. The ages don't match patternly the family members they come from. So, like, they didn't freeze in time at that age. And if they were reborn and grown up, they weren't reborn in the same order. And if they were just counting from the moment they turned, so like calling Mr. Crow an 11-year-old crow, for example, if it's the same like that, no matter how you slice it, those ages are to show you that it's not directly with the family. They are not just the family from that moment. Because, like, the grandma is older than... You consider that shoot? Wow, I considered that... I was immediately like, oh, this is clearly what... That was my immediate interpretation from Go. And I didn't see any other situation where it wouldn't be that. Like, it seemed... Like, from the moment the Elandiers were introduced, I was like, these have to be the same guys as... But, I mean, obviously I could be wrong. Chill. Thimble. Beetle. No, yeah, exactly, personality-wise. They are not the same character. They're just reborn. And I think that's an intentional difference. Exactly. They're just random personas now. They're not the same thing as, like, the Elixir Azuras. Exactly, yeah. Eyeball. So then that still, at the end of the day, begs the question, what is special about David? Could be. There are other explanations. Like, I still think there was maybe something always special about David. He was able to transform into... Hello, spooks. Very creepy. For more than one reason. It's creepy for the lore, and he's creepy for just his slow little loom across the window. It's possible. But, like, consider... I don't know. Lots to be... Screech. I'll take those. Oh. Cheers, Kai. Oh, Percy is eating his lunch right now, but he'll be back soon. trying to drink without getting my lipstick all gone. Okay. Do we have all of our cards? Hello, Pocket Cow. Don't worry, I will as soon as he gets back, Kai. Alright. I'm personally interested in, like, what they were working on. Like, how did... Like, what did Mr. Deer suspect about the lake and why he was, why he was trying to get to the bottom of the lake. Like, what is it that he suspected? Hello, Spooks. 4 is the up point. 8 is the down point. What was Pigeon working on? Is her research perhaps the foundation for like the electricity-based memory extraction a la White Door and Best Kept Memory? I think I might have fucked that up. Aces. Yep, aces. 5 is swirly do aces. Thank you. No. There. Yeah. Like, maybe Mr. Owl put them up to it specifically. What was Blore the ambassador of? Certainly that's maybe the least interesting of all of the questions, but it's still enough where I'm like, what? Whoops. Purple, pink, white, orange. Thank you. Two keys. Yeah, it's the most interesting in the sense of, like, it implies a lot of a bigger picture. It's the least interesting in the sense that it seems the least connected. I guess the fact that it seems the least connected is simultaneously the most and least interesting, because it's not anything about the lake, but also implies larger, like, things about the world at large that are just, like, fascinating and confusing. Stop that. And give me that. Appears to be the same hand, with the wedding ring on it from Roots. For whatever that's worth. Not really anything, because the hands are just confusing and weird in general, but... Alright. Here you go. Thank you. Alright, now we got our boys. Yup, the mysterious mutual friend with Mr. Owl. An excellent call out of like an interesting detail. The mutual friend could be someone as simple as one of the other Azuras. It could be like Mr. Deer. Or like, because if they don't remember their old life, he presumably had to like track them down. Yeah, or Harvey. Harvey is constantly referred to as our mutual friend by different characters. Or it could be a different character, like a completely just some guy that helped him like find them. Maybe their mutual friend is Van Gogh. I don't know if the date's on that lineup, because I don't remember enough about Van Gogh. Van Gogh. Oh. Hello, dead rabbit. Would you like an eyeball? Hello, alive rabbit again. Very poignant, I think. Him sort of, like this sort of sequence. Knives. Take that. Life, death, then life again. In the same form. Alright, top. Top right. Second bottom right, third bottom left. Top right. Second bottom right. Left. Whoop. Did I remember to grab that? Good. Goodbye. Yeah, it was a joke, and but it is a fair thing to call out that Van Gogh was pretty uninterested in politicians. But Van Gogh could have come. He was struggling with his mental health and had a vision of the thing. Right now, my thought of Van Gogh is that it's Van Gogh. I don't know actually how to say it. I've heard like so many different ways. I know one of them is actually correct, but I never heard it said the same way by anybody in real life. Right now, my working interpretation is that while they may decide to do something like Past Life of Dale, it fleshes out the world at large, right? So he has a vision of the hotel. It can just tell us that, like, hey, even outside of stuff happening exactly at the lake, these cubes do exist. And maybe he visited and got treated here, because he does have mental health issues, and he does apparently know what the hotel looks like. I know. I need this for a second first. It feels like a self-insert. Yeah. It may or may not be relevant, but ow. My fake bullet case got caught in my headphone. But if nothing else, yeah, it just expands the world. Hello. Rabbit. Abraham Lincoln is Carolyn. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yay! You just got the joke about me dressing up in what I dressed up as? Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, which is why I really badly want the singer to actually be Pheasant and not just some lady with a convenient stage name that Owl uses as an example, which is part of why I think I want the Preta to be just echoes, both to make David make more sense and to make Pheasant slash singer to make more sense. But she's whoop. All right, here's another question. What's the falling star? Is it anything? It seems to revert our boy. Jesus is porn, I don't know. It's kind of late. It's probably nothing. If it has to be something, though... Thank you for these definitely potato-looking potatoes. Yeah, exactly. I don't think... No, it did, certainly I didn't mean it reverts him fully back to a bat. But it is bringing out his feral side, I guess, for want of a better... It's probably nothing. If it is something, it's the fact that it serves to make people realize he's a bat and not a cat. Maybe. I definitely think it is just there for the creeps. That said, we do have a lot of, if they wanted to do something with it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. There isn't no basis for, like, astrological phenomenon to have influence on the rituals and stuff. Given, like, the blood moon. So it could very well be just a matter of, like, you know, one of those comet tails comes too close to the Earth and it, like, makes all of the Azuras, like, feel really weird about it. I will. Alright, who's next? Potatoes is Pigeon. She's room 5. Oh, what Pocket Cow was talking about earlier, though, if anybody doesn't recognize my costume, I'm Eric Draven, also a character who is also known as and from a series called The Crow, which I chose both because it's one of my favorites and because the name is relevant and appropriate. Alright. Pigeon. Hello. Hello, madam. Your crack theory, with no evidence, is that the entire lake and valley is the result of an alien spaceship that crash landed eons ago, and space fuel leaking into the lake is what caused the weird stuff. And the cube the house is in the center is like the top part of the ship. Fair enough. Why not? Okay. What are you working in here? Oops. I keep thinking that's a closet. Oops. I wasn't looking. Yeah. Oh, stag beetle? I love bugs. Brain plus electricity equals cube. Science that help for later? Science that help with White Door and that little machine that they put in the... Oops. I don't want to look up what these specific songs are. I'm not good enough at remembering. Hey. There you go, madam. For a new one that's X-Files. That would be a twist. Alright. Here you go, little guy. I'll be honest with you. You have a fate that's far better than most of the creatures in these series. Usually they get stabbed, sacrificed. Yeah, she seems to be one of the few characters aware of the cubes outside of, like, Dale and Mr. Fox. Alright, been watching a lot of X-Files recently. Triangle plus square equals 4. S minus swirl equals 2. Oh no, I can't wait to see him. I have a video all scripted, and I started recording, and you can hear my fucking computer fan, and it's bothers me a lot. So I bought... Is it behind me? No, I put it on the shelf already. I bought a new fan for my computer so I can replace it. But I have to be brave enough to actually open my computer and do that. Because I already have the, I already replaced the, what is my brain today? The sink? The heat gel? I know what it's called, and I just can't remember right now. And I've done, like, testing with Specky, and basically, like, it's not running hot, so there's no reason for the fan to be so loud. The fan's just old. And I use this computer basically all day, every day. Alright. Triangle plus square equals 4. Helps if I write legibly, because I thought that was the 9, and I was confused. So 3, 4, 5. So that's a 1. That's a 3. So 3. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Swirl is a 5. 5. 7 minus 5 equals 2. Helps when you can read your own writing. Alright, S. 7. Swirl. 5. Triangle. 1. Square. 3. Unlock? Oh, did it wrong. He's stupid. One plus 3 equals 4. 7 minus 5 equals 2. 3 plus 1 plus... Oh, wait, I'm stupid. 3 plus 1 is not 5. Plus 1 is 5, yes. 1 plus 3 is 4, yes. 7 minus 5 is 2. Three, 5, 6. Oh, this is a 6. 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is a 6, and this is a... 8. 8. 6. 1. Yay! Hello, baby. Oh dear. Alright, so the fun part is we get to keep doing that. Alright. I might turn down the game a little bit for you guys. Oh, actually, I had it turned down already. Well. Give me the blueberries. Blackberries. Some kind of berries. I don't like it. Thank you. That's one of the only ones that I'm pretty sure I did not find on my own the very first time I played it. Why would I electrocute him so many times? Usually if you have to do something over and over and over, there's at least a little hint that something's changing. Like he makes a different sound or something. Even if I didn't hate the sound he made, I wouldn't keep doing it if I thought it was like nothing was changing. Alright, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. Watch out, this rare. 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, tomatoes I don't know if I found either. Blueberries I know for sure I didn't find. I'd have to remember how the tomatoes go. I'm spinning in circles because I was thinking about the tomatoes. Alright. 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Yeah. It's the only, like, gameplay critique I have of these games where I'm like, guys, if you have to do something over and over and over and over, you have to make subtle changes. Like, he has to make a different noise, or something has to, like, slowly be shifting down. Like, there has to be a reason for me to do the same thing over and over again. Oh, little baby. You got this, buddy. You get your revenge. Who are you? Oh, point of note. Answers our question from before. Oh, I know. That's just... It's not necessarily... It's a criticism of the genre. I don't like when achievements... Maybe when they're, like, just hidden achievements, but when we're talking about, like, in-game gameplay stuff like this, like, even if it's subtle, make a difference. But to our question earlier, do Azura get born as children and then grow up? This is a baby animal humanoid. In the vein of the rest of the family and Mr. Bat and Mr. Frog. Toad? Toad. So maybe when they're not transformed a la Owl and Crow, maybe they do just get born and grow up. I mean, that is baby. He's so good. I'm sorry I electrocuted you so many times. Nicholas and Gerard's sibling. Maybe? I mean, yeah, he's a bird, yes? But yeah, I see what you're saying. Now that said, she looks a lot like a bird. it's usually, it's just the clothes that really, like, if he had a little sailor suit on or something, I think he would look about as humanoid as the other characters. Like, none of them have hands or anything. Well, none of the... Again, another differentiator between Crow Owl and the rest of these guys. She just has wings. Oh no, don't call her Kiri. I'm never gonna be able to do that part of the game again. Aw, man. Poor Kiri. But it's a good point of note. As another differentiator, Pigeon has, like, wings. Both both boar and deer have hooves. Owl and crow have, like, hands. Rabbit has hands. Not like paws. But I think pheasant has hands too. I don't remember. Goodbye, madam. Interesting. It's probably a design choice that's not really relevant, but it is interesting that they gave one of the bird people, yeah. One of the bird people hands and one of the... Yeah, but Pigeon had, like, a full-on, like, wing. But I guess, yeah, they're, like, feathery. Yeah, fair enough. Maybe it's just maybe that's just because of how they look when they're, like, stuffed in the sleeves, and it just looked more like a wing when she was naked in the bathtub. Because, like, in the bathtub, he has a fucking... It was just wings holding up her little bowl of rice. Do I get this now? Yeah, okay. I'll take that. Cutie. I'm very cute. In the lobby, Pigeon has feather hands too. Does she? Okay. That makes me feel a little better. I was really weirded out by it for a minute. Oops, excuse me. By a minute there. So, I guess we just assumed that when they, like, shove their hands into the... Maybe they can go back and forth, I don't know. I mean, he gets wings sometimes. They're never, like, his wing hands, but... Wait a minute. Double apostrophe. Tonight's dinner. Birds actually have fingers. A big... Yeah, yeah. Do you think Mr. Rabbit has little paw pads? I do now. Man, most of this game makes me so hungry, except for Mr. Boar. I've never had boar, but the rest of this food I'm all behind. You guys have a terrible sense of self-preservation. Like, you've just gotta raise more internal alarm when you're eating a feast of, like, venison the day that your fellow person staying at the hotel who's a deer happens to not come down for dinner. Like, you guys just have to try harder to care about being alive. Anyway, I already got my wine, so now we are going to the pheasant. Pheasant is room 3. They never liked that guy anyway. I mean, maybe. Hello, madam. Alright. Time is easy. Most of these are, like, relatively easy. Alright. Memories of the Lake. Don't have a song yet. Test? Was your chat not working? Are you testing chat or are you testing me? Paintbrush. Magnifying glass. Matches. As nowhere would say, iconic. Latency test, I see. Welcome back, DK. Alright. Alright, we need some blood. I'll take that. Oh, ow, my hand. Okay. Don't have a time yet. Don't have a song to play yet, as far as I can remember. Yeah. Oops. Those the plants have no interaction. Yeah, they're just there for the aesthetic. Picture. I know. I just wanted to take. Don't you know that photographers take a lighting test? That's the one thing that always gets me in this games, where I'll forget to zoom in because I'll be like, I can clearly see there's nothing on the picture, and I don't have the thing to go in the picture yet, so I'm not gonna zoom in. Here you go, madame. He's across. Not my cleanest job in the world. And picture. Does that mean Azuras are Christian? I think they like to borrow religious imagery in general. Ah, the exact crow mask that... That's why I was so excited to find this mask. I know it's not like the mask that people wear when they're dressing up as Mr. Crow, like the full head mask. But I'm like, oh, it looks just like the one that... Here's a hat for you. So I love wearing that when I'm dressing up as Mr. Crow. 2 straight lines down. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't take my picture. Silly. Better look carefully. How can you tell I don't do digital art? Ha. Well, I guess I've got 14 people watching. Probably just lurking. I don't mind lurkers. Lurking makes the world go round. Alright. Picture. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend. And just in case I couldn't see it. Most unnecessary magnifying glass in the series. Here you go, sir. Yeah, crosses are not necessarily limited to Christian imagery. I would say that if it weren't for the fact that they also steal famous Christian painting imagery in their chapel, that it could just be that, but they seem to like taking the imagery. Bonk. 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 Fight back. I feel like we kind of escalated from... Reminds you of the dish monkey. Yes, the cymbal monkeys. There you go. Owl mask. I just need an owl mask like that to match my crow mask. I've got the time already, I believe, right? Yep. Alright, owl is a W. Jesus was a Deva. Alright. Oops. here's the real question. Why in the hot damn do you kill yourself? Because you're the only one that does. And space. That's the one tricky one. We love a spin-off game with a daily life theme. Music box. Don't want. Can I? Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I know it's a magnifying glass. Stop. Thank you. Bum bum bum. Bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Gymopedia? Ah, heck dang. Like cube stuff. People use to react to the souls or Rusty Lake elements. Is that what is? What? Hold on, maybe I'm missing something here. Were you referring to what the song was called? Three new dances. I don't know anything about that one. I will have to look into it. Thank you. Alright, pistol. Different pistol from Rabbit's pistol. Is that intentional, or they want it to be the same pistol? Unclear. It's also used as a summer theme from Seasons. Okay. Here you go, madam. Like what Nowhere says about the coins in the past with. Yes, exactly. I would imagine they probably Nowhere and I had this discussion when we played Past Within together. Where I would imagine the only reason it did that to Albert is because of his it basically just like opened a door for him. He was already a corrupt because of whatever it is that corrupts them. Goodbye, madam. Why do you do that? Do you know what Owl is up to? Did you do something? You're the only, you're not one of the ones that seems to be involved in the research. Why do you do that? One of my great questions. Yeah, I know, my dude. I hate doing your level. I love 99% of this series. Its repeated use of scatological humor is not one of them. I do not like it. You think she was in it for, like, the drama of it? I thought about that. But given a lot of the themes of the series is mental health, my mind does want to go to, like, more of a depression or, like, guilt angle than just that particular star stereotype, but it's certainly plausible. Yes. Out of misery. Yeah. Yeah, she was depressed because of star reasons, maybe? What am I looking? Oh yeah, I already grabbed the wine. I was like, what am I trying to grab again? Oh, good. It's the best part of the game. Wish me luck, sir. Yeah, I know. Ugh. Well, she's in a one-actress theater. There's a lot riding on her shoulders. Hello. Yeah, okay. If I must. On the bright side, this is going to cure me of the hungry that this game is making me feel. Dear Mr. Ambassador, I was informed by our mutual friend about your addictions and anxieties. I want to invite you to Rusty Lake. Our excellent mental health and fishing facilities will give you some rest. Could also be that, again, the mental health and fishing, good possibility that's what Pheasant was doing here too. It seems that Deer was here less for the mental health and fishing and more for because he was researching the lake. Same with probably Pigeon. But Boar is here because of his mental health. And probably Pigeon is here because of her mental health. Or Pheasant is here because of her mental health for that reason. Red on top, blue on top. Pardon me. Alright. Oops. 3, 2, 1, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yay. I don't love their noise, but I will be real. It's better than the real life noise that they make. They make an awful sound. Okay. I feel like... Leave alone though? Right. They could do. Hammer. Alright. Oh! That would not be... There's a lot of old-timey toys where I'm like, what was the goal here? Surely it wasn't something nice. Here you go. Disgusting pig. I have to do this multiple times, right, to get the... This one I could kind of see accidentally getting, because he does ask for another one. He just, like, make a sandwich. So, like, there is some indication that, like, there's reasons to keep doing it, and it does give you more toilet paper. Peacock says it fits the over. Ooh. I don't remember how many times you need to do it, and I'm worried I have to give him the opium before it changes, but I also don't want to... As far as I know, it still just says spraying. Yeah. Oh, well, finish your fucking sandwich. Yeah. Here. Don't want to listen to you poop anymore. I'm over it. There we go. Great. Get the hell out of Dodge. That one he does at least tell you, like, I want more sandwiches. There's something to indicate that sandwiches are afoot. Excuse me. Oh. What? No, I don't want to go that way. Thank you. Okay. I would have thought that I needed to go way lower than that. Okay, well, fucking fine. Grab your... No more sandwiches for you. You're cut off of sandwiches. Do you know the Team Fortress 2 Heavy? I know of him. Certainly I'm not someone who could give you a lot of details about the character. Assuming that that's what that sentence even means. You could be talking about someone else completely. Or something else completely. Here we go. Mr. Boar has one of my least favorite parts of the game and one of my favorite parts of the game. He loves sandwiches? Yes, that's true. Well, hopefully his aren't made of shit. Hello, sir. You know what to do. Can't. Weak. They for real went to the lake? Oh. Yes, now I remember the rules. Now I remember the rules. Valve was kind enough to provide his sandwiches blueprints. Really? I didn't know that. God, I have to give him one more damn sandwich. Yeah, here. Disgusting. Here you go. No, thank you. Goodbye. Had quite enough of that. But who's eating this one? What? It's your old friend now. Ooh, stretch. I think he wanted to eat Gerard because he was the worst. You would think he'd want to eat, deer. Given that that's his dad who killed him. And his mom. Do we think young Bird is alive? I think yes. We have no reason to believe otherwise. I choose to believe alive until proven dead. I will go see Mr. Owl in his room. But first... Young Bird found a job. Go to what his widow hat. He's just so cute. Up we go. Alright. Young Bird sounds the name of a spin-off studio. You want to suggest its biggest return as the newest lackey at the hotel? Yeah, maybe it just works here now. Alright, our skulls, for some reason, holding up, Pheasant, specifically, whose skull is also found in the chapel. Feels significant. I don't know why. I don't know what's more significant about her. It is not the exact same skull, to be fair, yes. But it is the same... Like, it's the same shape. Like, that skull isn't a different animal. She is the only guest to kill herself. Here's another question. Why does this look nothing like a fucking deer? You think it's supposed to be a hawk? That could be. That would be almost more confusing, though, because we don't even have a hawk character. Why does he look like this? It doesn't look anything like the silhouette of a deer to me. I mean, I know, but why? It looks like a guy with weird ears. Weirds me out. Why is Mr. Boar all fuzzy, 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 fuzzy? Well, I mean, obviously it had a deer in mind. He had deer antlers. So why are some of them all fuzzy, 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 fuzzy? The eyes are in the wrong place, yeah, for sure. I guess it's just like... I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so those little bumpies... Yes, those little bumpies are like the eye part. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, Boar is naked? That's why he's all fuzzy, fuzzy, fuzzy? He's naked like in The Sims? Some of them are, some of them aren't. That could be a different. He's fuzzy, but not like shaking fuzzy, and is white. She's not fuzzy, has the white eyes. So these two are the most similar. Does look like a vulture. To be fair, birds just kind of look like that. Nobody's wearing a mask except Rabbit. Or whatever it is about him. Like, he's white. Maybe it's a mask, maybe it's... I don't know what's going on. It's definitely weird. Alright.
There we are. The last dinner. Thank you for all the memories.
Yeah, it seems to be just a white face.
And Harvey,
Yes, sir?
I'm really glad you brought the cigars.
You're welcome.
The lake will be grateful.
For cigars? I feel like the lake probably doesn't smoke, Mr. Owl.
Take a look at the black cubes, would you?
Done.
The memories are not only the key to the past, but also to the future. Have a look.
Did. The rabbit's eyes are in the wrong spot too, but... There they go, creeping. Hello, sir. I mean, unfortunately, we've had time travel from the beginning. At least to some degree. Themes of the past and the future have always been there. We either looked in that cube and saw a glimpse of the future, or we looked in the cube and saw that he was currently coming up the elevator, which is he's from the future. Let's see. Mr. Rabbit's Magic's Co. Corrupted Rabbit wears a mask. And Birthday Window Rabbit is just a white rabbit head. Yeah, the lake is outside of time. But that also is the same... is functionally the same thing as time travel. Yeah, the lake certainly... yeah. A more just... reminding ourselves that even if time travel is... or non-linear time flow, if we don't want to say time travel, even if it's difficult, the reality is those themes have always been there. As frustrating as it can be sometimes. Yep. So... I guess that's it for... hotel. This one is definitely way more... way more to talk about than, like, the lake, which is probably the one that there's the least to talk about outside of maybe... Arl? Birthday and Window Rabbit has detailed eyes. The mask doesn't. But he just has a head. His hands are still brown. Well, we're gonna replay... we'll do a Let's Play lore talk about, about Mr. Rabbit's Magic Show, even though when I filmed it, I had better, footage, so I don't really need to, but we might as well. Rabbit wears gloves in Birthday. Yeah, they seem to be white gloves. Like his magician gloves in... or not white gloves. Hold on, let's... let's quit, first of all. Look at the different Mr. Rabbits. Yeah, those look like brown gloves to me. They don't look like hands. But it is pretty difficult to tell in the art style, to be fair. My instinct was, like riding gloves, like brown leather gloves, because they're not even close to the same color of brown as any version of rabbit's fur. Yeah, yeah. Which spray am I looking at? Birthday. At this particular second. Oh, for goodness sakes. You made a discussion post about what the lore would be if Hotel had an alternate ending. Let's see. Where did you put that post, TK? Let's find Lysian's posts. Oh, yeah, those are... Yeah, and they look even more like gloves to me in the... Oh, hold on. Let me make sure that I'm... Studio mode. They look like gloves to me. But to be fair, I don't know. Yeah. Birthday Rabbit's head is like an actual animal, but the corrupted soul seems to be just wearing a mask. It definitely looks more like a mask. Which is all kinds of fascinating. Eyes for reflection. Yeah, exactly. Oh, definitely. Or rather that he's still corrupted. He's some kind of halfway point between an Azura and a corrupted soul. He's like a corrupted Azura. He definitely behaves more like an Azura, but it feels still fairly different. I wouldn't say fairly different. Different enough. Yeah. It's so hard because without... We have so few, like, data points. It's hard to tell whether, okay, we've never seen another Azura be corrupted. But is one data point enough, especially when it's not happening? Like, he's not confirmed in Azura, nor is he confirmed to fully corrupt. So, like, it's... David is when I first started doing this, I would not have thought of him as the most confusing. But as soon as I started looking into things, I'm like, you make the least sense. I don't understand. I don't understand your rules. You do whatever the hell you want. You turn into a fly when you're just a guy. It's almost like a fly Azura. Because it's like, not a fly. It's humanoid. But only for a little while. For like a handful of months. Then you just show up in the lake again. Why? I don't know. Because he's fucking weird. He's definitely corrupted. It's just, did he somehow manage to be both? And if so, how? He acts like an animal as a fly, for sure. He's definitely not. But he's not an animal the way Harvey is a parrot. You know, where he's inarguably just a parrot. Like, he's a parrot. He's certainly not a fly. He's a fly man. But he doesn't have a whole lot of hold of his faculties. To be fair, David at that point in his life doesn't have a lot of faculties. He spends his free time trying to put frogs in his mouth and spitting them into his pants. And then being sad he's not chosen to be the sacrifice. Not understanding what that means. He's very, like, simple back when he's David. And then to become a magician of all things? And the gun, his gun that he... What past life is that from? Because it's not David's. I mean, I suppose it could be. I think when I looked up... Right, exactly. Except Hotel Rabbit is a magician. Birthday Rabbit is also a magician. At least so much as he's pretending to be one to be hired as a birthday magician. The gun belongs to you. Oh, well, mystery solved. I'll have to look at my... Some see him as malicious, sabotaging Jacob's Cube revival. Retrieval revival. I know how to read. He's definitely... I mean, we're talking about a man who bursts into a 10-year-old's birthday party with a machine gun. He's not benevolent. I'm just saying. When David turns into the White Rabbit, he gains... Oh, you mean during Paradise. I don't know if he's there in Paradise, though. I think in Paradise that's Dale's trauma. So he's definitely antagonistic in in Paradise, but it's just like a trauma version of him. I don't think that that's him. Yeah, but... Oh, Paradise. Oh, and yes, you're right, DK. I nowhere said Paradise, not Paradox. Paradise, I don't think he's malignant. I don't think he thinks anything. I think he's just real simple. I don't think he has any idea what's going on. he's just kind of going along with his dad's instructions. He's just like, oh, hey, here's some shit that's happening, is the vibe I got from him. Like, I don't think he was particularly planning anything one way or another. Um, I guess so. Like, everybody feels. Well, I won't say. Characters tend to have their own excuses for their evil behaviors regardless. And I can understand how it escalated to that, but like being trapped as a preta for who knows how long. What he does with the gun in the version of time where he gets it, does that help him get out? He thinks it will. He's under the impression that getting that gun will get him out of being trapped. Yeah, but that bar is not exactly. It's a low bar to clear. I don't think he's necessarily, like, evil if you want to say from, like, naturally so, but if I was his dungeon master, I wouldn't allow him to put good on his character sheet. How about that? I would have to tell him, like, look, I can understand why you've gotten here, but for a magician, that's nothing relevant. Yeah. Um. Yeah, it's one of the, like, do we think David managed to escape his current state or his current fate with the gun? Or do we think it didn't work? Because in the version of time where he gets shot with the gun, that's what helps him escape. So if he knew it was related to him escaping but didn't have all the answers, he may have thought that getting it would help him, but actually it was going to help him escape in a very different way. So maybe getting it didn't do anything. But in that case, like, is his soul just chilling around? The thing is, because Birthday David, good night, Jasmine, is different than I think that's definitely what he tried. It helped them in the sense that I guess it depends on what you would consider. I think that freed from an eternal torment is freed from eternal torment. I think he's nothing now, but I think he's not that rabbit anymore, which is arguably a better ending. Um we were talking before about that David is just, yes, but it still serves to show what would have happened, or what theoretically could have happened, if nothing else. So if David somehow knows that the gun is connected to freeing him, he is right. We have evidence that at least in some theoretical timeline of events, it gets him out. Not the way he probably anticipated, but it gets him out. But he doesn't turn into a tree. He blossoms part of a tree. He doesn't just turn into one of the regular barren trees. He's not just back in Naraka waiting to be reborn again. The tree is different. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a rebirth tree. Or just like a regular... It's a bloomed tree. Not the same as like what Rose goes through, but certainly closer to that than either the black barren trees or the red angry trees, which I think are the same trees, but that's neither here nor there on that front. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of events, but it matters for trying to understand what his soul is and how it's working. It's not part of the sequence of events, but it is part of the what the fuck is David question. Like, why does that gun do that to him? What is different and special? Even if in our series of events that didn't happen, it still theoretically could have happened. That is still, this is what would have happened had the events gone this way. We know that that's how it works, even if it's not what happened. And actually, to my birthday cubes, what wasn't? Yeah, it's not. It's in the cube. It's definitely not part of the like Naraka thing. Circling back to something mentioned earlier there, where we were talking about do the I think David he doesn't confirm it, but like is strong evidence that the corrupted souls have been reborn, that they're not actively still at the bottom of the lake other than echoes. Because Birthday David is something else from that Naraka echo. He's either an Azura, so he's been reborn as an Azura, or he's still corrupted, but he's starting to get control, but either way, isn't stuck at the bottom of the lake anymore, is out doing things, like, you know, shooting Dale's parents. Either way, no matter how you shake it, he's not behaving like the stuck soul circling around the cube anymore. Regardless of what Birthday David's rabbit is or where it comes from, it's definitely not just a black blob circling the white square at the bottom of the cube, which is what we know them to be doing. Which is why I think that if David can be elsewhere being Birthday Rabbit, so can Pheasant be being the Lady of the Lake singer. By no means do I think that's confirmed, but I think that if one is true, it allows the other to be true. Because allowing for David to be out and about doing these things we know he is doing, it frees up the possibility of the other souls doing stuff anyway. It's both inside and outside the cube. Yeah, when you walk through, you're back into that, like, white void. The white void is part of the lake. Yeah, I would think so. Dale was having an out-of-body and an in-of-body experience all at once. Kinda. And cubes are weird. Oh, I meant to look up. What happens if you look at a cube that doesn't have you in it? In Birthday, it seems to be both the snow. I think it would depend on. I think it doesn't matter. The cube is somebody's, right? So it's always just whoever's cube it is. The cube is of a person, not of a snapshot of general time. I don't think. I think it's more, it's of a specific person, typically. In Birthday, it seems to be both the snow and the void. The shift between them, yeah, but then the tree has to be internal. It was inside, outside the house with the rest of the surrounding, yeah. But Jacob looks at his mom's memories in third person. That's a good point. Maybe you just go in third person and don't go into anybody's memories specifically. I guess that is that is a moment that we have of a person looking into a cube that's not theirs. We look into Carolyn's cubes. And Harvey just looked inside a cube to see Dale. Go into third person? It seems to be. Just a vision of some kind. Tree is rose and David is the blossoms. But David turns into leaves, not flowers, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I don't know which way would be more confusing. Frankly. Nicholas also looks into a cube of Carolyn. Yeah, he does. It's difficult and it's confusing in different ways than Kingdom Hearts. The future was... You don't think the future was Rose's memory? I think the future was Rose's memory. We specifically look in the mirror and see ourselves as Rose in the future. While we are in the cube. Yeah, they're both Rose memories. I don't know how literal that moment is. If we're supposed to assume that Harvey... It doesn't make a lot of sense for Harvey to... It's possible. We know Harvey was a bird during his childhood. Laura's childhood. Or Laura's... Yeah, no, she did it, for sure. It was done. I think Harvey did help. But I don't know if he helped quite as literally. The trademark sense doesn't need... Yeah, she's not looking... Yeah, she's not looking through her cubes. Yeah, the train is just a vessel of seeing those moments. Future wasn't originally... The golden cube wasn't taken from her. Albert was the only person who can be connected to it. I fully disagree. Nowhere. I think we have moments that we play a version of ourself in a cube and a version of ourself experimenting with a cube in Pass Within. We have like a cube version of ourselves where we see like giant things and we're inside a cube. And then we have a active or real's not the right word, but active version of ourselves interacting with the cube. And we're Laura in all aspects of it. We're Laura when we're a memory, and we're Laura when we're active. We extract the past from her in the lab. Yeah, the future... Yeah. Oh, did I say Laura? Excuse me. I meant Rose. Thank you, Lysian. Yeah, we might have extracted the past memory from her. For sure. We don't know when that memory was extracted specifically as a cube. We know when she did the actions that were extracted, but we don't know. Yes. But it's we active Albert was active, but we are not being Albert. We are the ones. We are Rose. Because of the device. See, I think of the um activates a memory without it being observed. That's a good way to think about it. Cube is not observed isn't active, it's frozen in time. So there are two different like art styles and gameplays in the past with it, and I think and I've always held that they are deliberately designed in that way, where one of them is these are the actions that they're taking in the active moment of that time when it happens. If you can talk about this is my channel, if you can talk about whiskers, I can talk about past within art styles. There is no world where I would have to have like a dev would have to out and confirm me wrong or something or something very big in game happen for me to think that there wasn't a deliberate choice made, that the part where you're walking around in a cube shaped space is the memory and is the moment, the things that were done that were captured. So, if I am in here, I'm actively. If I come back and be like, okay, I want to take out my memory of that time I did these actions. Chapter 1, Past Within Past is a Memory, and Future is Real Life. Let me pull up my video, because I don't want to speak out of turn just because of bad memory. Because I thought they switched, but I am. Rusty Lake. Yeah, there's simultaneous of. Hold on. Oh wow, I need to sort my videos again. Where are we? Nope. Cave. I'm happy to take the L if I'm proven wrong. But I feel pretty strongly about it right now. If I can fucking find my... No? Yeah, I'm happy to come. Where are my... Nope. There's Chase 23. Phasmo. Okay. We're close now. Here we go. Alright. So, chapter 1. The past is the memory. Yeah, when we're in the cube-shaped part. It's hard fighting for attention. Fair enough. Past is a memory, future is real life. Yeah, future is the cube device interacting with real life. Then chapter 2. Hold on, let me fast forward. No, chapter 2 is the future cube. Because now we've switched to we're going around into the actual cube-shaped room that we can walk around in. The past is still a memory. No, chapter 2, I think, is the time that Rose is interacting with the original cubicle device, the one that Albert made. Dag dog theory. It's a direct communication. Continuation. But it's where it starts to kind of seem like time travel. Where in the past, she seems to have interacted with the cube from the future. Through the device. In the past, she put those aspects into the cube. She physically interacted with the cubicle device that her dad made. And like that's the version of time the golden cube containing the future gets created in the past, so chapter 2 focuses on interacting with the newly created cube. Maybe. I've lost my brain. I interpreted it as, you know, chapter 1 we're playing through the moment outside of Cube Rose, real life Rose. Again, they're both real, They're just different kinds of real. Um, Active Rose, I guess, is interacting with her device with Cube Rose inside. Chapter 2 is Active Rose in the past interacting with her cubicle device and putting the things into it that will connect to the future. She is actively, like, that's the part of her in the past, the active part, not a cube part, the active part, interacting with the device that that Albert designed in order to connect to the future. It's a tiny little time travel device. Like, it's virtually confirmed time travel, that part. Person doesn't travel through time, but actions do. Yeah. I agree with you, Halcyon, but I'm interpreting it in a slightly different way than you. I don't think different enough that it might be kind of semantics. Um but Rose in the past, when her dad died, must have interacted with the cubicle device. And I believe that's what we're playing through in chapter 2. That time that she was like, okay, dad left me a letter. That's not the memory of her, that's her interacting with the cubicle device. I know you don't agree, but that's how that's what I think. And I don't see why it wouldn't be that. It is recursive. That's exactly how it is recursive. Excuse me. Well, we're either arguing the same thing and struggling with our wording. Wouldn't Rose interacting with the cubicle device? The real life past and the past memory cube. Yes, but both must have happened. She interacted with the memory cube, with the cubicle device in her real life past in order to I absolutely believe she did. That's how they are recursive. If she didn't ever do it, then they're not recursive. Then it's just one version. The whole point is that it's a thing that somehow always happened and you have to break out of it. I absolutely think real life past Rose interacted with the cubicle device. Rose interacting with the cubicle device and escaping into the lake contradicts the roots ending. No? Because it's the cubes that collapse into each other, not the real life versions. I think that's the point of the plot. I mean, I think that in essence it is time travel, which is frustrating and confusing, but that's always been a core theme of the games, of the series. And I'm not really sure why we're acting like it's a new development, because it isn't. The idea of the lake being outside of time, outside of linear time, and the past not truly being past has been a core part of the themes. It's still best for us lowly linear mortals to visualize it in a timeline as possible, but it's not that how does this affect Hotel? Not that much. We're arguing about Pass Within at this point and not Hotel. Chapter 1. Real life Future Robe interacts with Memory Pass Robe. Robe. Yeah, for sure. It's not new, but how it works is the confusion. And is going to be the confusion of basically any series of any kind that talks about even the slightest bit of time travel. Shit makes no sense. Chapter 1, Real Life Rose interacts. I mean, I understand your chart, I just Real life past Rose also interacts. I mean, you can yell no she doesn't at me all you want. We're both just taking a guess. And I don't see how one is any more Whoop. Did that thing where I moused over into the corner of my thing and my entire real life fake memory past future Rose. That's why at the beginning of both games they start with, or both levels they start with them saying connecting to the other device. They're creating their little loop. Whiskers Rose. In the past, Rose simply adds her aspects to send them to the future. She adds the ear, the blood, the bone. Because real life Rose is the one who adds the aspects to the box, which we play through, which future Rose receives. Future Rose puts the... We're gonna have to, like, play Pass Within again. I closed off my video. Nope. I mean, I'll have to... There we go. I mean, I'm happy to talk about it, but I don't know if sitting and off the top of my head attempting to explain is the best way to do it. Blah, blah, blah. Albert's plan with the wooden requires the room to be a memory. Yes, the version of you in the memory gets that letter. The version of you not in the memory is sending the stuff to the other version. That's why there's the two distinct styles of gameplay. To distinguish them. Yes, because it's a loop. Because it's a time loop. That's what makes it a loop. It doesn't mean nothing. Where is my... So one of the gameplay is Rose in a cube room going around interacting with the room. What about the 3D room looking exact? Because it's a memory of that room. It's a memory of that exact same space. Why wouldn't it look exactly like it? They're memories of the same... It's a memory of that same moment. That's the whole point. Yes, because it's a memory of the moment that happened. That's the whole point. Is that it's a memory of the time that happened. And the entire point is that they are doing things and then capturing the memory of those things happening and then interacting with the cubes in order to connect the 2 points in time in real life. Yes, you play the moment and the memory. The memory in the cube and the moment in 3D. The past memory doesn't change. What do you mean it doesn't change? The future turns into the cube, but the past is a memory throughout the whole game. A memory of what? Of a thing that happened. Meaning it happened. Meaning that at some point it's also a real thing that happened. Which is what makes it a time loop. Because it's a memory of a thing that happened. That's the whole point of a time loop being confusing. It can't be, it's not a memory of something that didn't happen. And we're playing through both while it's actively happening and while it's a memory. And while it's a memory, things are big and exaggerated. While it's a active, things are the proper scale. While you're in a memory, there's a giant fucking bee and a giant ear and a giant tooth or whatever. While you're a cube, while you're active, real life. Again, I say real life with heavy quotes because clearly the past can also, or clearly the cubes can also physically affect things, but they're still cubes. While you're interacting with the cubicle device, everything is how you'd expect it to be. Everything is the proper scale. Everything is the real life version of those things. Okay. Who is talking to me? Alright, if it's a chronoclastic time loop, why the paradox of past Rose escaping to the lake doesn't undo Laura's birth. No, she's not. That's the event takes place at Albert's wake, which is before all of that. Yeah, exactly. It's in 1926. No problem. Past Athena is a new separate past and not a future past. Yeah, the possibilities that I would understand it are, it's either because yeah, that it kind of makes a branching timeline. So if you consider our version of Rose is a version that interacted with the cubes, but hasn't been contacted by the future. Because she hasn't been contacted by the future yet. the past doesn't, changing the past doesn't change the past. Or doesn't change, yeah, doesn't change the past, it changes the future. When push comes to shove, there is no version of time travel stories that make perfect sense. Because time travel either doesn't exist, or we certainly don't understand it yet. More likely it doesn't exist. Yeah, I understand. Yep. You have a model of the past within figured out. You have a model that you like best. But that same argument, I have a model that I've figured out. Oh man, I've got the hiccups real bad today. Which is why I said like best. But I don't find my interpretation... I don't find your interpretation logically consistent. Not any more so than... This is why I script. This is why I script, because I don't... I want to make sure I'm thinking through sentences properly and clearly. So I'm doing a lot of just sitting here trying to think through my thoughts. I mean, mine is not much different than yours. It leads to the exact same recursive loop in almost the exact same way. The only difference is that real life past boops some beeps on a box before moving on and continuing with her life. Then in the cube, it's almost the exact same thing is what your guys are saying. The only difference being that she boops some beeps on a box and then continues. But you're saying that chapter 2 past is real life past. Yes. It's the events of real life past, yes. But her... But her memory is the one that does recus. Chapter 2 is chapter 2 past is the one. Yes. Because that's what causes the loop, is that I don't know how to say differently what I've been saying, so I'm trying to think through my sentences. I mean, it's entirely possible that there's no, like, that there's just, we're not going to be able to agree on it. And that there's not just a better way for me to explain my point of view. That's a big problem. It's exactly the supposedly real life past that bips and boops on the cubicle device. Then Albert takes out the golden cube. Well, it takes out the golden cube. Let me make sure I'm not speaking out of turn so that I can. Way out. There we go. There we go. Okay. Resurrecting Albert creates two roses. I mean, it certainly creates two timelines. I don't know how else to word that. Oh, hi, DK. Albert comes back in the future side in the known timeline. Yeah. Yeah, we don't. Recursive cube timelines don't matter because those cubes get obliterated. See ya, cubes. Rose says the past within was in for Laura's sake. Rose blossoms and passes her blossoms to Laura. Somehow at the wrong time, unfortunately. I'm trying so hard to like hold my breath of my hiccups. I've gotten my hiccups really bad. My interpretation is basically the same as your guys's. The difference is not I mean, how if Rose from a timeline where Rose does not exist? We have Rose researching the Kipling device. Yeah. Yeah, that's our Rose. No, Laura does exist. That would be the version of our Rose. I mean, that's pretty highly speculative. And while I suppose it's not confirmed, but it's not really. I mean, it's the exact same sequence. You cannot grasp how the 3D Rose touching a cube leads to Laura's birth. No, it's fair. I would want to ruminate on my wording more. My entire theory is based on the fact that this is a story and not real life. My entire theory is based on the fact that stories are told with purpose, that decisions are made with purpose, and I'm arguing with a man who has the entire background of his Rusty Lake fundamentally shifted in rage based on whiskers or not. So to say that I can't view intention in such a major choice as a shift in art style that has never been used before or since in order to differentiate a series of events that are happening. Because it's not why I it's the smoking gun, not the reason. No, I see what you're saying, but I don't see. It's virtually the same. The only difference being that I think that the other way around. I think what are the devs trying to say or do, and then how do they fit it into their story, because I think that's how people write. I think that, so more recent choices that they make are always going to be top of mind for them, and therefore top of mind for me. So, for me, when I ask, at the end of the day, the very base question of what is the past within? What is in a vacuum of just the past within? What is the storytelling that it's trying to do? Is it's like how when you watch when you play Harvey's Box, you can very strongly, or lots of people can, I don't want to speak for everybody, it feels very strongly to me like when they were writing it, the intent of the story is, look how spooky real life looks from the point of view of a bird. That this big, corrupted, spooky soul is reaching in. That was the storytelling of the story when it was made. How it was integrated into the grander plot, notwithstanding, because the story became something bigger later, that's when you take all the individual little pieces of Harvey's Box and kind of look at it as an overview, I see that meta line of the story of, here's a parrot who sees the world in a very different way because he's a parrot. He has a very different point of view. And the step back meta story of the past within has a person interacting with a box, putting in real life size cube things into a machine, where you can physically see that the actions that the person is taking on the box are affecting the thing inside the box. And then you see the exact same thing happen from the other point of view, where the things that the future is doing on the box is affecting the cube inside the box. From a storytelling sort of meta zoomed out perspective of the game itself, those parallels are too strong for me to dismiss. For me to say, this is the real life future, but this is just a cube, even though it is clearly interacting with... The only thing I believe firmly is that... No, I understand it's not in a vacuum, but I'm saying that that's where the building blocks of that point... where the building blocks of the idea of the art style mattering is. Because I don't... because time isn't linear in the Rusty Lake, as far as I can tell. The theme of time not being linear is repeated over and over and over and over. So Laura exists because Laura already exists. And it's just like somebody has gone into a tapestry and used an X-Acto knife to cut rows out of an existing tapestry that already exists. Laura's already there. It's the painting is painted. And the thing is extracted from that moment. From that version. Version is not the right. I don't know if I have... I mean, literally the only thing I'm arguing is that Rose interacts with the cubicle device in the past. And I mean, I don't know, I'm gonna have to watch a bunch of time travel movies in order to try and get the examples or words or tools to, like, describe what I'm describing. Freedom, Rusty Life, Past, and the Past. Chapter 2 is still clearly... Whoop! Scrolled. Still clearly past and not real life. We don't see a real life past, only a memory. There's no memories. There's no spoon. Well, I feel like we could probably argue this in circles for another several hours, but I do know it's fuck o'clock for my European friends. So probably... yeah, we'll have to... I mean, I guess we won't have to come back. We either will, I guess decide to discuss this another time, or we'll decide that we're just gonna have to squint at each other from across the theory notebook. However we want to do it. No, I know. That's... I mean, I'm happy to keep going, but I do know it's fucking late for y'all. If we are gonna keep going, though, I am gonna have to take a bathroom break. So it's up to you. But we can definitely make this a story for another time, or I can take 5, or not even 5, 3 minutes, and we can keep going. I tried to lean out of frame, forgetting that I wasn't in my tiny frame version. yeah, we'll postpone it. We'll definitely come back to it. I'll also just like try and uh thank you, Nowhere. Yeah, and it's definitely something that'll be easier to have uh not half chat, because the other thing is too with delay is that you guys are responding to something I said like 3 years ago, and by that I mean a minute ago, but you know what I mean. So it does make the discussion harder. Uh, but yeah, we will continue another time. I will try and sort out my thoughts a little bit better so that I can attempt to explain my point. And I mean, it's not even I'm not trying to convince anybody. Uh, I'm happy to explain my point if people are interested in my point. But I certainly don't think I have the be all to end all of it. But I will try and get better tools to explain my point. Which is why I script my stuff when I talk about it, so I can sit in silence and think on my on my sentences better. But whiteboards and registering exactly. I'm gonna go because I have to go to the bathroom. It's late. We're gonna raid Flex. So if you guys could say just a quick hi to him before you head off to bed for me, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much, and I will be hopefully we'll do roots for real next week, because I will actually have my thumbnail saved correctly instead of not save it. I won't be as distracted by trying to get in costume. But we'll do roots for real. I apologize again for that mix up. Okay, so let's raid Flex. Please say just a quick hi, even if you guys can't stay for him, and then Flex. Oh, there we go. Why wasn't that showing up in my followed? I know I'm following him. I'm subscribed to him even. For fuck's sakes. Alright. See y'all.